check. I tell you what. Let me just double check this again. Yep, okay. I don't know why it does that. I don't know why. Why, oh why, does software always have to update and break everything? I don't get it. I don't get it. Anyway, hello everyone. This is John Galt speaking, here with a live stream video for you guys. I think I titled this stream experimenting with Paragon animations. And so I'll explain to you guys the what, when, where, why, and how of why I'm wanting to conduct this experiment. Let me get my drink open here. By the way, I had a tragedy the other day, just so you guys know. So I was outside running a whippersnipper, right? If you guys know what a whippersnipper is. We don't call them that here, right? We call them a weed eater. But, you know, some people call them a whippersnipper, a string trimmer. So I was out string trimming around my house, and I found a yellow jacket's nest. Ground wasp, if that's what you want to call them. Well, I found them, and they were not happy with me. So I got stung, oh, I don't know, about 30 times probably, and it sucked bad. Okay, so there's that. Anyway, so yeah, what are we doing? Who am I? What is my name again? What are we doing here? Oh yeah, that's right. Experimenting with Paragon animations. So the past couple of live streams, I put together a generic basic locomotion system using some of the Lyra animations. And we got a pretty good little system going here for this. Okay. So yeah, we got turn in place. We got, you know, all the movement. So I'm not going to go through all that again. But what I got wondering, and I asked myself, is wonder what the Paragon animations would look like on this new mannequin, right? And so I thought that I would do some experiments here to see if we can figure out what this looks like with Paragon animations. And the reason for that is because if you guys remember, when we put this this basic little system together here, we created this enumerator called animation sets. You guys remember that? And inside here we have 3 sets of animations that we have implemented currently. We have unarmed, we have rifle, and we have pistol. But this can be expanded to include more animation sets, such as sword animations, flying animations, right? And so I don't believe in buying animations anymore, just so you guys know. So don't waste your money trying to buy any animations. There's so many free ones available. There's no reason to buy them anymore. And so if we were to go look here in my library and we type in Paragon, you guys realize that there is a metric ass load of free Paragon characters that they gave away for free. Well, each one of these characters also comes with an astronomical amount of animations, right? Now, I never played Paragon, so I don't know much about it, but I do know that this Fae character flies, right? So there's a set of potential flying animations. Then you have, you know, like Shinbi. I think she swings a sword or something like that. You got Greystone. There's a bunch of them. Okay. Twin blast, dual wielded pistols, that kind of stuff. And So I was just curious as to what any of these animations would look like on the new mannequin, right? Because you guys may or may not be aware of this, but the animations are tied to the skeleton. And there's a couple ways that you can take one animation from a character that's on a specific skeleton and put it on a different skeleton, right? Retargeting is one of them. Now, generally, I think retargeting sucks, okay? So we're going to try this a couple different ways, and really, the only purpose of this is just to see if we can get some of them to look okay-ish on this new mannequin, okay? That's really all we're going to do, and I'm missing some here, so let me exit back out of this launcher here and open this back up. And let's see if I can get all the Paragon stuff to show up, because I believe there's some missing. Yeah, they're still not showing up. You guys notice that Twin Blast is not in here. It did this once before. I don't know why, but it did. And it looks like it's not going to cooperate. And I would really like to look at some other animations than these ones. So I don't know how we cure that. Like, why? Epic, why does your stuff suck? Why is everything in my launcher not showing up? I don't know. Maybe it's because I got too much shit in it. I don't know. So let me bring Chad over here. So hello, Adam. What's happening, dude? Good thing you're not allergic to him. Yeah, tell me about it. It still sucked even though I ain't allergic to them. One of them got me right on the freaking lip too, by the way. I got, I don't know, 2 or 3 on one arm, 2 or 3 on my other arm. I got one above my right eyebrow. They did not like me, period. So when you strafe left, shouldn't the character lead with their left foot? I don't do that. I do not do realistic animation systems. I just don't. It's far too complicated for too little benefit, in my opinion. I like to try to keep it as simplistic as I possibly can because, and I've said this before, building a game is hard enough without spending 6 months of your development time fucking around with trying to get animations where the foot don't slip when you do this, that, and the other, right? So I don't do that. And I won't do that. Not because I can't. I just choose not to. It's a waste of time. I mean, go look at Lyra, right? Go into the Lyra project and go look and go try to figure out how they got their animation system in. Another good example of that would be go look at Advanced Locomotion, right? That freebie they give away. I think the same guy that built Advanced Locomotion got hired at Epic, and he's the one that did the Lyra stuff, which explains exactly why it's as convoluted and complicated as it is. That's just my opinion, right? You guys can, to each their own. But, what good's building a project to give out for people as an example that nobody can fucking understand how it works, right? I mean, that's stupid to me. But that's just me, right? Okay, so now it looks like they're all showing up. So I don't know which character we should do, right? Like, I'm going to have to download these because I do not have them installed. And you know what? I do not want to put them in this project just yet either. So what I'm going to do is create just a default third person template, and we'll use that to screw around with. Okay. All right, and go. All right, let me bring chat back over here. I was working with your most recent build of the Lyra Anim conversion project, and it turned, oh, chat went away. Hold on. and it turned most of it into blend spaces, and it feels, oh, you turn most of it into blend spaces and it feels smoother and didn't take much time to set up. Yeah, normally that's what I do is blend spaces, but I wanted to try to do something a little different. You know, I've been doing my locomotion systems pretty much the same way for eternity. So I thought that I would just try something different. But generally, that's what I would do, blend spaces. Okay. All right. So let's pick out one of these characters here. And we will see what we can do here. Well, we've got weapon animations already, right? So we've got unarmed, we've got pistol, and we've got rifle. So let's pick something that's not that. So, does this Countess chick, is she got like swords or something here? I don't know. I've never played it. Let's see. Yeah, she's got dual swords. So we will dick around with this lady here and see if we can get some of the, and now that I'm downloading this, it's tearing my internet all to shit, so I might lag out here for a second. Which is fine. My whole life I feel like I'm lagging. Okay, how about now? How about now? I would pick the character that's got, you know. Oh, wait a minute. It's almost done here. Done. Ship it. Okay. So, we should now have her in here. Okay. Yeah, Paragon Countess, and you go to characters here, go to heroes, go to Countess, and then in animations you have aim offsets, you have blend spaces, which generally for this I wouldn't be using these, and then if you just select animations, you have all these animations. Now the question is, does it have walk, right? Because we would need, for our setup, right, we've got a character that can walk and we've got one that can jog, basically run. So I'm sure that this has got jog. So we have, well, where the goddamn hell is it? Forward. There's so many animations in here. I can't never find shit. Jog underscore FWD. Will that narrow it down at least? Yeah, here it is. Jog forward. So we would need jog forward, jog backward, jog left, jog right. And then with the system that I built in those series of videos, that's all we need, right? Because I use that orientation warping plugin or whatever it is to achieve the forward left, forward right, back left, and back right. Okay. So there it is, right? So that is it. Now we need to try to get it onto the new mannequin and see what it looks like. So the first technique here is I'm just going to right click this thing and go to asset actions, and I'm going to go to export, and I'm just going to temporarily export that jog forward onto my desktop. You know, and honestly, we really don't need any of this crap checked. So I'll uncheck all that and just hit go. And then what we'll do, since I put this in a default third person template, we have the new mannequin already in here. So I'm going to make a new folder. Why has this got favorites and shit on it? I don't remember that being there. What the hell is that all about? Whatever. Add new folder. and we shall call this testing. And then I'm just going to try to import the animation directly onto the new mannequin, right? So from the desktop, we'll go to that jog forward and we will select the SK mannequin. That's the new mannequin. And we will use its physics asset, right? So under advanced here, no, I don't think it's under that. I think it's under, where the hell is that? Is it under here? Where's the shit about the physics asset, right? It's, no, it ain't under that. So maybe it's under this advanced. Nope. Nope. Well, it's got to be under here. Unless they move the shit again. Well, it's an animation, right? So I guess there is no physics asset. Whatever. Go. Okay, so it did give an error. And it should, right? Because these Paragon characters have a lot of bones that the default mannequin does not have, but it did import. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this, and now let's open this animation and see how retarded it looks. Okay, so we'll open this, and as you can see, obviously we have a problem here, but that does not mean that that is the end all be all, meaning it don't work. So I learned something in UE4 using the old mannequin a long time ago that absolutely baffled me. And still to this day, I have no idea why or what it does that for, but it does. So if you go under the skeleton tree, and I believe if you hit, is it this one? And you go under show retargeting options here, you're going to see that all these bones are set to animation or animation scale. Okay. Now what I have done in the past is select the root bone, right click, and then say recursively set translation retargeting to skeleton. Okay. And now you'll notice that the character changed significantly. So then what I would do is set the root to animation. And all these up here at the top, the center of mass, the IK stuff, set all these up here to animation, but leave all the rest of them set to skeleton. Like that. Okay. And I believe that's it, right? So that's generally what I would set it to. And as you can see, it pretty much fixed it. Now, what the hell does that do? I don't fucking know, but it does something, obviously. Okay, so let's whiz around here, slow this camera down, and let's just see, you know, kind of what this is. Maybe I should go up a little bit because that's too damn slow. And we'll just kind of see if this is, you know, tolerable. Like, does it look terrible? Mainly the thing what you would look for would be things like the wrist being all frigged up. Okay, the fingers maybe. The shoulders generally would be all frigged up. And so, from what I'm seeing here, it looks okay to me. Okay? Ish. So it seems as though it can be done, right? Now, I don't know what any of these other animations would look like. Now, another thing too that's important before you guys already jump in and start doing this is, you'll notice what I did was export the animation, and then I simply re-imported it and told it to use the new mannequin skeleton. And this is the result that we came up with. After having changed these settings over here, it looks okay, right? Now she is up above the ground, but you know, that could probably either be fixed or it may not be a problem. Now, another thing that you'll notice is that that data is gone, right? So if you export this and then import it, any data that Epic had put on here is gone. Now, generally, you wouldn't want to do that, right? Because then that means that your foot sync markers and all that stuff's going to be out of whack. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So if we go back into this Paragon Heroes, Countess Animations, and we open up the original here, see, it's got the foot plants. And those are sync markers. So every time the foot hits the ground, you know, normally that's not important. But I have found that if you use sync markers, it makes your feet match up better, right? And so the ideal way to do this would not be to export them and then import them, okay? Because then you're going to lose all that data and you'll have to put the shit back. And who wants to sit for hours doing that? So that's not ideal. So another way that you could do this, and yes, I know about retargeting, but I don't retarget. Okay. I try not to. Most of the time you don't have to, right? As you can see here, obviously that one worked and we didn't have to retarget shit. Okay. So another way that you can do this is, I think you might be able to reassign a different skeleton by simply opening the animation. And if you go into the details, nope, that is not it. Where the hell? That's just the preview mesh. That's not what we're looking for. Asset details. There it is, right? So if you look under the asset details, potentially you might be able to, well, no, it's not going to let you do that either. Well, hell, another way would be just to delete the skeleton, right? So where, well, we could do this, right? So let's go to where the hell is the skeleton button. That's the where the hell is this skeleton button. And right there it is, right? So you could just delete this. Actually, you know what? Just delete all of that. And what that'll do, I'm sure there's probably another way to do that. That will unlink the animations from that. So now none of these have a skeleton assigned. So if you go to jog, back to jog underscore FWD. Oh, wow, man, I'm mashing all kinds of buttons here. That is absolutely not the fucking correct button. Jog underscore FWD. Yeah, G, that's exactly right. And I did it again because I'm a genius. So now when you try to open this, it's going to tell you, hey, there's no skeleton. Would you like to choose a new one? And you say yes. And then you pick your default new mannequin. And now you can see that it actually opened with that mannequin and it left all that data that Epic put in these Paragon animations intact. So that's another way, yet another way that you could do it. And so now let's just open up a few others of these. So that's jog forward. So let's look for jog backward. And we will open this one. And you can reassign these all at once here without having to do this. I mean, I don't know. They seem to look okay to me. I'm not very picky. But you know, this one right here definitely doesn't have as much, you know, animation to it. We might try to implement some of these just to see what they look like. Okay. So now let's look for jog left. Oh. What did we do? Pick the shittiest Paragon animations that's in the whole damn game? Right, because these look pretty terror bad, actually. But that's okay. Okay, so all right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take, let's see, we need idle. I'm not gonna put the whole entire thing in, but just enough to kind of see what it looks like, okay? So we need an idle. So this is called an idle pose. Is that just a single pose? Let's see. Jesus. Can she lean back any further? Idle relaxed. They're all leaning way back. She's floating all over the place. So I don't know if them are going to be worth a damn or not. Idle straight. Let's try that one. See, if I was to try to implement that, she would probably be moving all over the place, right? Like, I don't understand why that's moving that way. You know what? Maybe it's because we need to, let's go back in here and let's go to, what the hell was that again? Show retargeting options. And let's set the pelvis to be animation as well. There. Now that jacked her up higher up onto the ground, off of the ground, but you'll notice that it doesn't look like her feet are flipping around anymore, right? So the pelvis also needs to be set to animation, apparently. Okay, so we're going to take idle, jog backward, jog left, jog forward, and what are we missing here? Jog right. Yep. So that should be it. And we're just going to migrate these. So we will go to asset actions, migrate, idle. Oh, that's wanting me to save shit. Well, fine. Oh, good God. It's wanting to bring every goddamn thing. So let's undo control rig. And we don't need that. Actually, it's going to bring that, isn't it? I just want the animations. Can we not just do the animations? Let me uncheck all this. Fuck. This, I knew this would be a disaster. Yep, see? It's not going to let us do the... Well, we're going to have to go in here and do it this way. God damn it. See, normally I would just export these things. But if you want to use those sync markers and not have to add them back. Okay, so we definitely don't need this control rig. And okay. Need the shitty textures. Okay. And we don't need that skeleton. So I think that's just the animation. So let's give it a go here. The worst it could do is drag, you know, half that damn project with it, which fine. Hey, look at that. It migrated successfully. All right, so now let's go in here and we're going to have to assign those animations to this skeleton that's in here. So we will go into here and I believe we can just select all of them, right mouse click. Actually, it looks like it already did it. Did it? Yeah, it did. But I'm going to have to set this skeleton the same way in here. See how these animations are all fucked up? Because of course they are, right? Show retargeting options. Right click, set to skeleton, and then set all these up here to animation. I just want to see what it looks like moving around, right? I mean, this might be a complete, utter, total waste of time. But if it looks okay-ish, then think about how many more animations that will allow you to have access to. Okay. So I believe that is it. All right. So we're going to save that. And now, didn't I say, oh, that one don't have one. So yeah, go here. Okay. I wonder why that one opened correctly, but none of the rest of, well, it looks like all of them did except for that one. Okay. All right. So now comes the moment of truth. Let's save everything here. And what we would do to implement another set of animations is we would go in here and we would open up the e-anim sets and you would add to this enumerator and we would call this, I mean, you would call it whatever it is, right? You would call it, what? Dual sword, right? You could call it something like that and then save it. And now let's save everything. Now, when you go into your animation blueprint, all the places that we use that enumerator, right? See how it says blend poses by e-anim sets? You have to right click and you have to add the new pin that you created called dual sword. See? And now you have a place to plug all that stuff up. So everywhere that we did this we'll have to have that, right? So we'll go into locomotion, into idle and turns, right? And if we go into idle, right click, add dual sword, right click, add dual sword. And now we have places to add all that stuff, okay? Damn it, get out from under there. Now, I don't know, right? Like, should you try to implement 10,000 different animation sets? I don't know. But we could definitely check this out just to see what it looks like, right? So if we go to idle, see, they didn't even put a name on it. So you would have to go in there and See, this is just called idle straight. So you would have to go into all the animations you bring in here and create some sort of a naming convention, right? So that you can find this shit. So we will put that into there. And that was a female, right? So remember how we split this apart for male and female? All right, and compile that and save it. And then we have to go into, I didn't bring any turns in, right? And I don't care. But we need to go into the jog, walk, run. See, I didn't bring in any walk animations either. And also, if those animations do not have walk, right? I didn't look. That could be a problem too. So blend poses, that's the directions. That's not what we need. Well, yeah, it would go. Well, it would have to go, here. So, are these the female up here? Because I'm not going to sit in here all day dicking with this. I'm just doing an experiment here. And we could do all these at one time, probably. So if we select all these blend by anim sets nodes, right click and show dual sword, it'll put them on all of them. And oh shit. Right, so this is oh my god, this is gonna get ridiculous. And now, Galt, you know why Epic done it the way they done it. Yeah, I'm sure there's better ways to do this, but whatever. So we could just wait. Why didn't that add that? I thought we did that. I must have skipped one. Or it just simply didn't do it. You fucking piece of shit. Really? Whatever. I guess you can't do all these at one time because reasons unknown to anyone but Epic. I don't know why it didn't do it. Well, that one did. So it did the last one, but it didn't do any of the other ones. Whatever. We got to get this moving along. So what we can do is just take one of these here and duplicate it, and then we'll just change out what we need, right? So this will be plugged into the sword, and we should have named these because I'll never find these, right? So it would just be jog right there. It's the ones that ain't got any of this MM shit on it. So this would be jog forward. And we didn't bring any walks in, so I'm just going to leave that for now. And we're going to have to put another one here. So let's move this up. Wow, if you was to try to implement, a shitload of animations, this would get ginormous. And we will duplicate this. Go here. And this is forward as well. So that'll be jog forward. Then we'll do this one. I'm just going to pull this out here. Duplicate that. And this one is right. So that would be jog right. Then we'll do this one. Pull this one up a little bit. Duplicate that. And this will be jog left. And one more. Duplicate. Oh, shit. How about now? Okay, and this one would be left. Wait a minute, did I put the wrong one up there? Hold on. Jog left. Yeah, that's supposed to be backward. Of course it is. Let me check all these. Son of a bitch. So that's forward. And this is forward too. And then this is right. Yep. And this would be backward. Yep. And this would be left. Okay. Now let me get me a drink here. What do you guys suppose this is going to look like? Well, I can tell you it ain't going to look like shit until we put the way to select it in. We're going to have to expand this one, right? So now this is going to be, if it's dual sword, if it's rifle, change it to pistol. If it's pistol, change it to dual sword. And then we will dupe this. And if it's a dual sword, change it back to unarmed. And that comes out of false. So see there, we just expanded it. Okay, now, a lot of these animations are going to be broken. Let's change to the female. And so there's the rifle. There is the pistol. And there's the dual sword. And it is the aim offset, right? Because there is no aim. I didn't bring in any aim offset for this. So shit, I don't want to have to bring in a damn aim offset. But that's her ground movement, right? Isn't it? Well, that's going to look like shit until we fix that. Hold on. Let's see if there ain't some way I can, okay, let's go. Yeah, she's not using any aim offset. Well, we could just unhook the aim offset for now, right? Why don't we do that? Can we bypass it? Surely we can. Base locomotion, base locomotion. Yeah, so let's just dupe this real quick. And we will plug this in here. And we'll just bypass the aim offset for now. Okay. How about now? Well, that jumping up off the ground shit ain't going to be worth a piss. And she's going into the pistol. Why is she going into the pistol? I'm missing something here. What am I missing? Oh, I know why. It's because she's walking. Remember, I didn't put the walk in. Okay. Okay, so let's get back into that. Yeah, and we got to do this, right? Because remember, I didn't put any walking animations in. And, you know, truthfully, that looks like shit, right? So, yeah, that ain't going to work worth a damn. Literally, that ain't going to work worth shit. So I guess you could say experiment complete. And it looks like ass. Well, that was a complete waste of time. Well, I guess not, right? I mean, well, at least we know it don't work, right? I mean, it kind of works, but I don't understand why she's pitched forward so far. That's just weird to me. Unless I'm missing something here. Let me go look at this animation blueprint for a second. Am I missing something here? Why, oh, why is she so forward? I mean, that looks like hammered ass. That's the jog we're using right there. If I open that. I mean, I don't know. I guess she looks like she's just leaning that far. You know what? Let's do this. I don't know. It looks to me like she's leaning further. Yeah, something ain't quite right about this. You know what I bet it is? I bet you it's that damn shit that Epic put in there for that post processing control rig shit. What do you want to bet? See, because her running, well, let's see, that's forward, right? Her running forward, she should not be leaning as much as she is. And as you can see, that animation doesn't look that way. So it's in Epic stuff. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. Let me see if I can find it. See, I used the default third person template. All I did was add to what they already had made. So in here somewhere, there is all this shit, right? So if you look in the rigs here, see all this shit, this post-process stuff, this control rig shit, it's using that still because I didn't undo it. So something that they're doing in here is what's causing that, right? Some of this pose driver bullshit that they're doing here. Beats the fuck out of me. I didn't build this stuff. I have no idea. So that's post process. Basic foot IK. Control rig. Procedural. What the hell are they doing procedurally? Oh, wow. Okay. So yeah, it's in this bullshit somewhere. So good luck with that. See if you guys can find it. It's in here somewhere. Find which one of them nodes we need to tinker with to make it where it don't look that way. I'm being sarcastic, by the way. You'll never fucking find it. And that's why they shouldn't build this shit this way. See, look at this stuff. They've got shit in here called upper arm corrective root. Right? So, yeah, you would never find it. Like, literally, you would never find it. But that's what it is, right? It's not something that's wrong on our part, necessarily on my part. It's something in one of these that they put some kind of a tweak or some kind of an adjustment in one of these. And by default, this animation blueprint that comes with this, it's using that shit in here somewhere, right? Like where can we find that? Like maybe we could poke around in here and see if we can find it. Let's see, event graph. No, it wouldn't be in any of that stuff. Class defaults. Root motion for montages only. Like I have no idea how this shit's even linked. Like I don't know how they've even linked it. That's the preview mesh asset override. Pose watch. Yeah, I don't know. But it's in there somewhere. Functions for overrideable. References, no. No, it wouldn't be in here. Oh no. I do not know. Oh yeah, that looks beautiful. See, and I mean, she's swinging weird too. And look how her legs are doing, right? See how when she's going forward, how weird that shit looks? Oh, hell. And see, they don't look that way over there, really. So it's something in their post-process animation shit that's doing it. It's gotta be. She looks like she's got a stick stuffed up her butt. Oh well, whatever. Experiment failed. I could sit in here for days trying to figure out what's causing it. I'm sure I could find it, right? Like here. If we were to go back underneath Let's see. No, I don't want to look at the poses. Where the hell was we at a minute ago looking at that shit? Yeah, in here. So if we were to take this, for example, and bypass all this shit, let's see what happens here. I mean, we might be able to at least narrow it down to what blueprint it is. Okay, so let's see. Yeah. Okay, it ain't that one. Unless this is a child of that. Hold on. Anime instance. Well, let's just bypass both of them just to see. Right, so we will take this one and we will bypass this too. We'll figure it out. At least which one it is. Okay. Go back to the chick. Yep. Okay, it ain't that. So we've tried that and that. Let's do the foot IK, right? So, oh my God. Yeah, they're doing all kind of crazy shit in here. Rig graph. Actually, let's go back to this and make sure I didn't skip something in here. Hold on. So, event graph. Yeah, there's nothing in here. So, the only thing they had in here was actually that. So, okay. So, if we open up the foot IK, let's go into the, okay, so this is actually called rig graph. And this is foot trace. So, that's just a function. And that's probably run, yeah, right there. So let's just unhook this and see what that does. We'll just tear the whole thing up, okay? I don't have a problem with it. I will break everything. Hey, look, her leg ain't popping anymore. So we found one of them. And it doesn't look like she's leaning as far again. Hold on. Yeah. So it doesn't, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it doesn't look like she's leaning as far to me now. All right, let's hook it back up and see. That's one way to find out. So let's hook this back up. Oh, yeah. See her legs? Right, you guys might not be able to see that on stream, but see how her legs are derping out? See that? And the moment that we unhook this, see? That's what it is. It's that IK shit. See how she's not leaning this forward? See that? Now, as soon as we hook that back up, let's see. I just want to make sure that's exactly what it is. Oh, yeah, that's it. Definitely. And it's not that she's leaning too far forward. I think it's just dicking her legs up. That's why it looks that way. So it's this, right? Something in here is actually what's causing that. All right. So basically that's just saying, should you do, oh, look, it's the offset, right? So they're putting in some kind of offsets for the Z, right? So Z, that would be up and down. So that's just a trace. Where are they actually? Oh, look, interpolation and stuff. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's the IK stuff they've got set up in here. So one of these, it's one of these, right? Like one of these settings in here needs tweaked or something. Good luck with that. What a bunch of horse shit. Use a full body IK node to solve the IK and use the IK foot bones as the effectuator targets for each foot. And then you can have some funky ass leg movement, depending on your animations. Here, let's just do this. Oh. Well, how stupid. Well, this was only an experiment anyway. So theoretically, this could work. Theoretically. Is it worth it? Well, it depends on how bad you need animations, I guess. And I don't need them that bad. All right, well, let me clean up some stuff here. And I'm going to do something else. I'm pretty much done with that experiment. So theoretically, the Paragon animations could be used. You might potentially get better results if you retarget them from the Paragon character to the new mannequin instead of doing what we did. You might get better results that way. I don't know. You may or may not. But it can work. So there's that. Oh, let's see here. I need to delete some of this. Why is Paragon Greystone in here? I ain't messed with that shit in 100 years. Why is that in here? All right. Okay. I think I'm going to put a crosshair on this in this starter project that I gave you guys. And I think I might go into Lyra and see what kind of weapons they have, what kind of particle and sound effects they have. And I might put some of that stuff in. I don't know. It just depends. We will go exploring. Let me open up a fresh copy of this. An uncontaminated one. Let me bring Chad over here. I ain't spoke to you guys in a while. Hello, Oni. What's happening? Devin, I read that one. Converted it over to blend spaces. That's cool. Adam, I believe you are right. The ALS guy was hired to create the UE5 locomotion system, and his code is hard to follow. Absolutely. UE5 has that all new retargeting system. Yeah, they do, but I ain't never tried it, and I generally don't do enough in here to have to bother retargeting, just to be honest. When I do animations, I usually use, well, most of the time I was using the animation starter pack, right? The crappy animation starter pack. Because when you create stuff to put on the UE4 marketplace, you had to use those, right? either that or make your own. And so I generally just use them. And then they released this Lyra project, and the whole point behind me doing what I did was because I don't want the whole Lyra project, right? I just wanted the animation system. Well, you can't just take out the animation system. Like, it would have been nice. Let me tell you what I'm talking about. How nice would it have been for Epic to have put the basic unarmed locomotion that's in Lyra, just the unarmed, and put it in their default third-person template? How awesome would that have been, right? But instead, they wrap it up in that Lyra project that's impossible to understand unless you're a rocket surgeon, okay? And then if you want to go into Lyra and say, okay, I just want the character and the locomotion. I don't want the guns. I don't want the firing. I don't want the UI. I don't want any of that. I only want the character to be able to move around in all the damn animations that they have. You can't get it out, right? Like, you can't get it out of there. It's all or nothing with it. And it's, you know, I don't want their weapon system. I don't want their UI, but you know, you have to take it as they give it to you. So what I done, and the whole point of this little project that I put together and I gave to you guys, was to get just that, just a basic locomotion system. Did I implement the starts and the stops and the pivots and all that? No. Did I do it exactly like they did it in Lyra? No. Am I gonna? No. That defeats the whole point, right? And hello, James. Okay. All right. So I think I'm caught up on chat now. Now, what the hell was I doing anyway? Oh, yeah. And we need to create a Lyra project, and we'll go in here and see what kind of guns and particle effects and all that stuff they've got. Now, there's a bunch of animations for you guys that downloaded this project. I put all the Lyra animations in here. They're not implemented, but they are in here. So if you guys want to put in the starts and the stops and the crouch and all that, the animations are in here. I just didn't implement them. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, like when you look at the rifle, see all these animations? They're all in here. I just didn't implement them. I just put in the basics. Okay, so before we put a crosshair on here, let's go into Lyra and see what we got in here. See if there's anything we can swap out. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. How about now? How about now? Okay. So let's filter. So those weapons, would you think they're a skeletal mesh? Oh, looky there. So we got a pistol, a pistola. And we have a rifle. And a shotgun. Oh, looky there. Looky there. Now, when I looked at the animations, there was only like 2 animations for the shotgun. So I don't know what the hell they did or how they did it. But I didn't implement them either, right? There was no point with only 2 animations. So we do have a pistol, a rifle, and a shotgun in here. Now let's filter by something else, right? Let's do FX, an emitter. Oh, look at there. So we got bullet impacts, muzzle flash. That don't look like a damn muzzle flash to me. Maybe I'm wrong. It don't look like much of a damn muzzle flash to me. Let's see, we got sparks. Muzzle flash flipbook cards. What the fuck? Okay, whatever that is. Muzzle flash starburst. I don't see nothing. I don't see a goddamn thing. Starter burst. All that damn shit right there for just a fucking muzzle flash, really? Yeah, no. No, thank you. Okay, let's see what kind of sound effects is in here. Let's see, would that be under FX2 or... I'm looking. Nope. Sounds, here we go. How about a sound cue? Or would it be just waves? Sound wave. Oh, they got a lot of sound waves in here. An awful lot of damn explosions and shit. That's like a weapon pickup sound. Bunch of sound impacts, it looks like. I just soon use one of the free packs, I believe, instead of trying to come in here and dig all this shit out. You guys know what I'm talking about when I say the free packs? Yeah, I mean, they got a lot of sound effects and shit in here. You know, maybe some of these would be okay. Weapon swap. $765 WAV files in here. So there's a bunch of sounds, there's some weapon models and that kind of stuff. But here's what I was talking about. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. So if you go to the marketplace, I mash the button, go, and click the free button, right? Don't go into any of these, just simply click free. And then filter from oldest first, and you have a military weapons silver pack, a military weapons dark pack, and I think that they gave away the sci-fi weapons pack free. Let's see. Maybe dark. I'll never find it. Here, let's do this. Let's go. I don't know if I'll ever be able to find it, but it seems to me like that, you know, there are those that we just looked at. Yeah, click free. Oldest first. So there is these two, right? And I know those can be found, but it seems to me like that if we look in my library and we go to a sci-fi weapons dark and a sci-fi weapons silver, it seems like these were free, but I don't know how you would find them now. Well, I'll tell you how. Let's copy this name and see if we can locate them. So if we type this in, it's not bringing them up. So I don't know. Maybe they discontinued them. Maybe they're no good anymore. I don't know. But I can tell you what I do know. I didn't buy them. So at some point they were either in the free for the month club or they were in the perma free club. But somehow I have these and I know that I did not purchase these. So I don't know what the deal is with them, but I have those that it looks like maybe he stopped supporting at 4.22 and he just discontinued them. But what I'm getting at here is that before I would go into Lyra and try to get that rifle and that pistol and them sound effects and them particle effects and all that shit, before I would do that, I would simply go to free and I would list oldest to newest, oldest first, and I would either use that and that. And the reason is because these come with weapon models, particle effects, and sound effects, right? All in a neat little pack, and you don't have to go in there and try to jerry rig that stuff in from Lyra. So that's what I would do, okay? If it was me. Now, some of the other sound effects that are in Lyra, like countdown timers, footstep sounds, that kind of stuff, sure. I might go through the trouble of getting that out and putting it in, but I'm not, I mean, you've seen the gun, right? Like, what is it about that gun that's, oh my God, I got to have that gun. I just soon add one of those. But anyway, I'm just sitting here rambling. Let's get a crosshair on this character, right? Because we need a crosshair. If we're ever going to put any guns on it, like, I don't know. I'm not really building a project here. I just thought I would put this together so that I would have something to start from and not have to dig through Lyra shit. Right? So we've got, I mean, this locomotion system's pretty good. It's good enough, right? Like, it's good enough. It don't have to have starts and pivots and stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to snatch a texture out of this will have to be like, it's not in Unreal Engine 5, right? Like, they did away with the crosshair in the first part. Well, I'm pretty sure they did, right? Like, let's create a default first person project in Unreal Engine 5 and let's see if they've got the crosshair in there. It seems like I tried to find it and it wasn't in there anymore. Right? So we're going to create a default first person project and let's just see if the crosshair is in there. I don't think it is. And if it ain't, well, then that means we're going to have to go to an older engine version because I just need a crosshair. Okay. So let's filter by textures, and that is every single texture in this project, which means there is no crosshair, right? Like if I spawn in here and I go pick it, see, I got no crosshair. And if I pick this gun up, I still got no crosshair. Now, what kind of a waterhead retard at Epic built a first-person template with no motherfucking crosshair in it? Right? So, whatever. So, that's no bueno. We will have to go to an older engine version. So, doesn't matter which engine version, I don't guess. We'll do a first-person project in 4.27. We'll go in there and see if we can steal that crosshair out of there. No, I mean, you know, you're playing a shooter game. Surely you wouldn't need a crosshair. Really, Epic? Come on, guys. Damn. So we create a first-person project. I just need a texture. That's literally it. Okay, so if we do the same thing and we filter by texture. Oh, look at that. Imagine that. First person crosshair. So we right click, asset actions, export, and I'm just going to stick that on the desktop. And we will rename this to T for texture, default cross hair. And then we will go back in here and let's make a new folder, and we will just call this textures. And inside here we shall import from the desktop the default crosshair, and we shall open this, and we need to change the texture group from world to UI, and then save it, and voila, there it is. So now we're going to make another new folder, and we're just going to call this let's just call it UI. And we need another new folder, right? So let's add another new folder, and we will call this blueprints. And we're going to go in here, we're going to right click, we're going to create a blueprint class, and this is going to be a, well, we don't really need a player controller. What we need is a HUD, a HUD. So we're going to create a HUD, and we will call this HUD, and we will call this TPS starter, and we shall save it. And we need to go into the game mode, right? And you know what? Now that we've got this blueprints folder, let's move the game mode into that blueprints folder. See, because this is characters, and that really don't need to be in there. And we open the game mode, and we shall tell it that the HUD class is now the HUD for the TPS starter. And compile that and save it. And then in UI, we're going to right click, we're going to create a user interface, and we're going to create a widget. And I guess it's just a user widget, and we will call this WBP container. And then we're going to create another one, user widget, and this will be WBP cross hair, like that. And then we shall save it. And we're going to open the crosshair widget, And we're going to add, I guess a canvas. Add a canvas. And then we're going to add a image to the canvas. And we shall call this cross hair IMG. And then we're going to anchor that to the center. And we're going to set the positions here. We're going to reset all these to zeros. Actually, the size needs to be, what, 32 by 32. And we got to make sure we get this in the center. So this is going to be, what, 0.5 by 0.5. Yep. And then we need to put in, for the image under the brush, needs to be cross hair. And there it is. Voila. And the image size, let's make that be also 32 by 32. And compile it and save it. Then we go into the container, and I don't think we need a canvas for this, do we? Go underneath user created and add that. Yep. And I think that's it, right? We just add that. Compile it and save it. And then we go into the HUD here in the event graph on event begin play. We're going to be, let's see, widget. We need to create a widget. How do we do that? Is it just create widget? I don't know. Create widget. Yep, create widget. We do this. The class is going to be the container. And then this is, let's see, owning. Get owning. Is it player controller or player? Returns a player controller for this HUD. Well, let's just do that one. Who the hell knows? I don't remember. And I don't feel like cheating. Okay, so then after you create it, you add to viewport. And compile it and save it. And theoretically, we should have a crosshair. Look at that shit. Right? Now it's on his back, obviously. So we need to dick around with the camera. So we shall open this character, go into the viewport, and we need to change the position. So select the camera, boom. Don't move the camera. Select the camera, boom. And, you know, you can do this a bunch of different ways, right? So you can move it off to the side or up to the top. The important thing to remember is you do not move the camera. What you do is select the camera, boom, and you're looking for the target offset, right? So this is how you actually move it. So if you move it in the Z, you can see that it moves it up and down, right? So let's set that to something about 70. And then if you move it in, you know, the Y, it offsets it to the left or to the right. Don't move the camera because then that messes up your collision. right? And then you'll have your camera sticking through the damn wall. So there, that puts it right above his head. It's good enough, I guess. You know, some people like the camera over the shoulder. You know, you guys can do whatever you want to do with that, but I generally like it like that. And by the way, if some of you guys are wondering why I did this the way that I did it, let me show you why. So, a lot of people that you see adding UI and things like that to characters, you know, they do it in a bunch of different places. Like I've seen people taking the character blueprint and they will actually create and add widgets inside the character blueprint, right? I've seen them do that. I've seen them do it in the player controller, right? I've seen them add it all over the place. So if you follow the method that I just did here, which is you create a HUD, right? And then for your UI, you create one widget called container. See? And then when you create a widget, you create your widget and then you add it to the container, right? And then whenever you want to add that to your viewport, instead of having to add, think for a second that you were going to add a health bar, right? So you would have a create widget, add to viewport for the crosshair. Then you would have to create another create widget, add to viewport for the health bar. Then you would have to create another widget, add to viewport for whatever other widget you want. Well, if you do it this way, you can do this literally. Right click, create a widget like this, and you could call this WBP underscore health bar. Okay. And then you go into that widget and you create your health bar, right? So you would add a canvas like this. Okay. And then you would add a text and you would add a progress bar. Okay. And let's just move these around a little bit like that. And the text, we'll move that down here like this. Now watch this. This is going to freak you guys out. A lot of people don't know that you can do this, but you can, and it's awesome. So we're going to call this text. We're going to call this health underscore TXT like this. And then we're going to put in here health space colon space, hit enter. And let's go ahead and fatten that up a little bit like that. And then we're going to change the name of this to health underscore BAR. Okay. And let's move this down here like this. Then we're going to select the health text and the health bar, right click, and we're going to say wrap with horizontal box. Is that what we're looking for? Okay. And then you take the horizontal box and you move it, and then you set the health bar. Is that to fill? Yep. You set the health bar to fill. Then when you resize your health bar, see, it will automatically adjust it to the same length as the rest of it. But that's not what I was trying to do, right? So we're going to anchor this to the bottom left. And I'm just going to kind of drag this down here like this. And we will compile that and save it. Now watch how you add this to your UI. See, now normally what you would do is you would go and you would create widget, add to viewport, and you would add this. But since we did it the way we did it, now all you got to do is go into your container, right? Remember over here where we selected user created? Look what's in here. Now you just drag in your health bar. Well, we have to add a canvas. Okay. So I was wondering if we needed a canvas or not, and obviously we do. So we need to add a canvas panel to, we're going to have to start over here. Okay. Don't panic. We're going to take the crosshair and we're going to delete it. Now we're going to add a canvas. I don't know who designed the UI at Epic, but this stuff is clunky as fuck to use. So you add a canvas panel to it, and then you go in here and add your crosshair back. And now we actually have to position it. Okay. So we take the crosshair, we set that to center, and we're going to zero these out here and here. And we had that set to 32 by 32. And we need to put these to 0.5 to get it back in the center. Okay. Now, watch how you add the health bar. You just take the health bar and drag it in here. And you put it make it a little bit bigger. You put it wherever you want it, right? So I want it down here in the bottom left, like this. Anchor it to the bottom left. Compile it and save it. And now look, when we spawn in, instead of having to do that whole add to viewport bullshit, look, there's our health bar. And then you can keep adding widgets to that container and position them on your screen wherever you want them to. Then in your HUD, this is all you have to do to add your entire UI. You add one widget, which is the container, and then the container contains all the rest of the widgets, health bar, crosshair, you know, whatever you put, right? It's modular that way. Well, that's how I do it anyway. Okay. So, you know, everybody can do whatever they want to do, but that's how I do it. And we really didn't need a health bar, but now we have it. Okay. So let's open back up the UI since we already put that on there. Let's open this back up and let's do a little bit more to this to kind of spruce it up a little. So in this container, I'm going to add an image to it, and we shall take this image and we'll bring it down here. And let's scale it a little bit, right? So let's drag it up this way, and we will drag it over this way. Something like that. Maybe go a little bit below. And we're going to call this background underscore img. And let's move this to the top, right? So drag it up above and see how it gives you the little check where you can put it in between the canvas panel and the crosshair. Drop it there if it'll let us. Yep. And then we're going to take the background image and we're going to go into the brush here. Or maybe the tint. And we're going to set this to 0.5 tab, 0.5 tab, 0.5 tab, 0.5 tab. And actually we need to set this to black. So fucking hell, click this and then we're going to go over here, turn it to black. And then we need to make the alpha be 0.5. So there you go. I can't never remember all this shit. And then now, voila, we got like a little background, and that's sticking far down into the ground, so that needs to come up some. Shit. It's because I haven't got the widget set right, but whatever, you guys get the point here. Basically, it's just a little shaded area so that that sticks out a little better. Voila. Now we got to put health on the character. No, I'm not doing that shit in this video. And I need to move that this way. There. Okay. All right, now what are we going to do? Put a gun on him? I suppose we could. I don't know how well this is going to work out. You know, once we get a gun shooting and stuff, there might have to be more tweaks made to it, because with this turn in place, it's a little bit weird now, right? So you see how the gun is not pointed to the crosshair? Do you see that? I don't know. That might take some tweaking. Might have to put an offset in or something. I don't know. I mean, the only thing we can do is put a gun on it and see what it looks like. And then you'll have to figure it out from there, right? So the problem is, if I was to just put that free pack in here, like I showed you guys on the marketplace a minute ago, that free silver pack or whatever, if I put that in here to put a weapon on this character, and then I give it away, like I re-upload it or whatever for you guys, well, then I get in trouble for pirating somebody's shit, right? Do you see how that works? So I can't do that. Like I don't know. I can't do that. I have some stuff in my products that I could use, but I don't know if I want to do that or not. I guess it would be better for it to be something that you guys could get, right? And you can get that free silver and free dark pack. I don't know. You reckon Epic would throw me in jail if I was to distribute this with their free shit? I mean, it's permanently free, right? Like it's always going to be there. Reckon they'd try to throw me in jail for that? I don't know. Would they? I don't know. I could use something out of mine, but then you guys wouldn't be able to get it unless you own my stuff, right? Like if you're trying to follow along and do what I'm doing here. Um, hmm. I'm trying to decide whether I'm going to do this or not. Hmm. Shit. Damn it. Fuck it. I'm just adding that free shit. Epic will have to get over themselves. So, the hell was that called? Silver? Add to project. Okay. Too late to back out now. All right, it's in there. I'm going to jail now. So, that free pack that I was telling you guys about, see, it comes with all these particle effects. It comes with, like ammo pickups. It comes with sound cues for each of them. And then, of course, it comes with the weapon models themselves. Okay. Now, there's something about these weapons that annoy me. Okay. And you guys can either choose to fix this or not. So if you open up this weapon, you can see that it's facing down the Y axis. See the direction here? I like my weapons to be facing down the X axis. Why? Because X is forward in the Unreal Engine. So whoever created these models, for whatever reason, they created them as forward being Y. I don't like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to fix that. Okay. And how we're going to fix that is we're going to right click, go to asset actions, and we're going to go to export. We're going to stick it on the desktop. And we're going to uncheck all this stuff here. And we're going to say export. And then I'm going to turn around and click import. And we're going to select it. And we're going to say yes to all. And it didn't give me the option to switch it. So, son of a bitch. We're going to have to delete it out of here. Force delete. And then we're going to import it again. And this time around, it will let me change this shit around. Okay, so what we need to do here is rotation right here in the Z. We're going to do -90. And we already have a physics asset in here. So we're going to uncheck this and we're going to select the assault rifle physics asset here. And we also do not need to create any materials. So that needs to be do not create materials. And we do not import textures. And we hit go and pray. Oh, wow. It has a name clash. Imagine that. So let's open that. Okay, well, we just fucked that all up. Son of a... Hey, look, there it is. So for whatever reason, it created another physics asset anyway, or something. I don't know what the fuck it did, but whatever. Let's save that. And let's open this. Why is this thing cracking the shits, right? It shouldn't. Where's the goddamn physics asset for this thing? Physics asset right here. Well, it's not showing a damn rifle physics asset now. So how the fuck did that happen? Okay, fine. You want to be a douchebag? Well, let's just start this process all over again. Delete, import, assault rifle, and we will create a physics asset this time. And that still needs to be -90. And okay, go now. Rename to assault rifle A1. Why is there 2 goddamn assault rifles in here? You know what? This is pissing me off. Assault. Okay. Have it your way. We're going to delete the physics asset, the skeleton, and that. And that. Why? It's got 2 God damn it. Whatever. Delete. Import again for the final damn time. And it's still goddamn giving an error. Okay. I have no idea why it's throwing that error, guys. It said it renamed it to Assault Rifle 1A, but it didn't, right? Because right there it is. I fucking hate this engine sometimes. All I'm trying to do is turn the motherfucking thing around. Okay, there it is. And it does have the physics asset. Fine. And it's facing down the x-axis. So we're going to roll with that. Okay. Well, that was quite traumatic. So now what we're going to do is we're going to open the mannequin. Actually, we need to open an animation. Is what we need. So what are we going to do here, right? So when we spawn in, we got no weapon. So what? Put it on his back? Or put it on the ground, right? Everybody wants pickups, right? So we're not doing that. We're just going to put it on his back. So we need to open the idle unarmed. And I guess we'll just do this, right? So this needs to be, we need to change this over to the mannequin, the man. And we will pause this animation. And we need to put a socket on his back. So let's slow this camera down just a hair. And which spine bone? Pick a spine, any spine. Spine bone 5. That looks good to me. Right, so we're going to right click spine bone 5 and we're going to add a socket, and we will call this, well, theoretically we should be able to rename that to rifle holster socket. No, we don't need to put socket on there. We know it's a socket. Do you guys know it's a socket? I know it's a socket. Right click the socket, and then we add a preview asset, and we need to add the assault rifle as the preview asset. And we're going to have to do some rotating here, so we need to turn off the snaps. And how the hell does this go? Right, so we do that and move it. Oh yeah, that looks perfectly lined up. And we're going to have to rotate that. Maybe we should, I don't know, kick it to the side. And let's change this from that to that. We're never going to get this perfect. And then we'll rotate it. So there, how's that look? Perfect. Okay. Now what we're going to do is, I mean, we could put it on here from the character blueprint. So let's open the character master blueprint, and on event, actually we need to make a blueprint first, right? So we're going to make a new folder, and we're going to call this weapons. And we will right click, create a blueprint class based on an actor, and we shall call this VP Master Weapon. And we're going to open this, and we are going to add a skeletal mesh component, and we will call this SK Weapon. And we're going to delete this default. Actually, we're going to select the SK Weapon, drag it up here, and say drop here to make it the new root. And then we're going to add the assault rifle as that. And that's all we're going to do for that for now. Now we can go into the character blueprint somewhere in here. And on event begin play, we need to do this for multiplayer, right? So on event begin play, we're going to put a has authority, switch has authority, like that. And then we're going to spawn actor from class out of the authority, like so. And the class is going to be the weapon master. And we're going to always spawn ignore collisions. And the spawn transform is we're going to get the mesh and we're going to say get socket transform. And we're going to plug this here. And the socket name was, what did I call that? Rifle holster. And we're going to set the owner and the instigator to self. Get a reference to self. That will be the owner and the instigator. And then we're going to promote this to a variable. This will be a replicated variable, and we shall call this BP. Actually, let's just call it current weapon rep. And then we're going to pull out of that and type attach actor. Which one of these fuckers is it? Attach actor to component. Why is Unreal trying to be so helpful? That's not what we're trying to do. Attach actor to component. The parent will be the mesh of the character. And the socket name will be rifle holster. And we're going to change this to snap to target, and snap to target. And theoretically, all things considered, that should get it on his back. And voila, there it is. And this is supposed to be for multiplayer, so we need to go ahead and check that. So we're going to go to 2 players, listen server, advanced settings, 720 by 512. And then we're going to go to new editor windows, client on 1 on the right and server on the left. And voila, we have no weapon. And do you know why? Because I just forgot to do the most important part of this whole thing. I forget every fucking time. So we go into our weapons folder, open the master weapon. Yeah, there's a setting over here for replication. Where the hell is it? I know it's over here somewhere. Replication. And this is supposed to be replicates. This has got to be true, people. Forget that every damn time. Every damn time. And now, as you can see, I got a weapon. As the server, you see it on my back, and he sees it on my back, see? And then as a client, I got a weapon on my back. I see it on my back, and the server sees it on my back. There it is. Done. Ship it. So now we got to go from the back to mash a button. And when you mash the button, we need him to reach around and grab it and put it in his hand. Oh yeah, that'll only take 5 minutes. I don't even know if there's any animations in here for that. Are there? I don't know. Are there? I don't know. But the first thing we need to do is get another socket on the hand of this character. Right? So, what we're going to do is go into the animations again. And we need look, which one do we need? We need the rifle idle. But the thing is, this is going to get stupid, right? Let me tell you why. This is going to get stupid because when we are in the rifle animations, he's standing here like this, which is fine. But when we're running, I don't know if that's going to line up worth a damn. I guess we'll just have to see, right? I don't know. It might require 2 sockets. One for when you're aiming idle, and then you might have to put a different socket for when he's running. Right? I don't know. We'll have to see. I didn't intend to sit here and build a whole game. I don't know. We at least need to get something shooting, right? Okay, so we need an idle. That's ADS, right? We need hip fire. MM idle. I don't know. I didn't make this shit. Fucking one is it? I don't know. We used hip fire, right? That's what we used in this project. So we just need an animation, right? So rifle, idle. Where the fuck is? I don't want the aim offset. I want that one, the one that's actually got some movement to it. And we need to change this over to the dude because that's the one we're working on at the moment. Okay. And what we need to do now is pause this animation. And we need to take the hand aura let's see here. And aura. Let me bring chat. Are you guys even still alive over here? So hello, James. Hello, Devin. Hello, Brandon. Malicious Munch. Hey, John, quick question. Can you enable replication on the level map per level map, making a game with instances and replicated the whole game so far, but seems when I need it once? I don't know, right? Like, I'm limited to blueprints, but I do know that if you look at an actor, like I don't know how you would disable the whole thing all at once, but I do know that in your blueprints that are replicated, like we replicated this one a minute ago, right? Remember that checkbox here? So on any actor, you can right click and type replicates, and you can set replicates, and you can set it to true or false, right? So I guess that if you wanted a specific actor to not replicate, you could do this like on event begin play. You could put in some kind of a condition that says for single player, and if it's true, you set this to false, and if it's false, you set it to true. But that's only for a actor, right? I don't know how in Blueprint, I don't know if there's a way that you can go in one fell swoop and just disable replication completely for the whole thing. But I know on a actor specific basis, you can turn it on and off. I've never done it, but I would imagine that it would work. Okay, so we are going to hand R. I guess we'll just put it on the hand. Like they got all these different bones in here, but I suppose I'm just going to put it on the hand. Right click, add socket, and we will rename this to rifle hand. And then we will right click, add a preview asset, and that will be the rifle. And we are going to turn it back to that, and we're going to rotate this thing around. Oh yeah, that's lined up perfect. What's wrong with that? And we're going to try to line this fucker up to the hand a little bit. Potentially, maybe. And we need to roll that because that's leaning like hell. Okay, let's maybe try to get the back first. Something like that. Maybe go a little forward. Then we pivot. And that looks perfect. Not. Oh, yeah, that looks great. This is such bullshit. I fucking hate doing this. I could sit in here all day dicking around with this. Yeah, look, I mean, that ain't even, you know, these weapons are not made for this character. But you know, we can put a fabric node in to where we can move that hand, right? I guess the main thing is to just try to get it level-ish. Something like that. Maybe a little more this way. Does that look level? That looks level. All right, and save it. Okay. So now for the meantime, what we're going to do is let's just go ahead and instead of putting it on his back, let's put it in his hand just for a second here. And so what we're going to do is go back into the character blueprint in here. And we're going to change this around a little bit. And we're going to spawn it instead of on the back. We're going to say that's going to the rifle hand. And this will be attached to the rifle hand. And by default, we're going to set our anim set here to rifle. And compile that and save it. So now he should spawn in the rifle anims instead of the unarmed, right? And let's bring him over here and see how terrible that looks. Oh yeah, his hand's moving all over the place. So we're going to have to definitely work on that. Who fucking made these animations? Epic, you should be ashamed of yourself. They spend more time trying to put in crappy scripting to fix bullshit problems they create than anything. Okay, so we're going to put in a fabric node. Okay, now I don't remember how exactly to do this. I do know that if you go into the animation blueprint in the anim graph and you right click and type FABRIC, you have this thing in here called fabric, but I don't remember how you set all this up. So what we're going to do is we're going to cheat like a whore, right? Because I have projects where I've already done this kind of shit. And, so we're going to go take a look at it, right? So let's see. Which one of these did I do this in? I believe in a discontinued product. I know I've done it. So if we go into the Jetpack FPS Basic, and we're just going to create a project, and all I need to do is see what I set those settings to. I know the node, and I know where I put it, but I don't remember how it's set up. So I have to go in here and look at this. I don't remember if I did it in my TPS Basic and my FPS Basic or not. I don't remember if I did it or not, but I know I did it in this one. And there's other ways to do this, but this is the way that I figured out how to make it work. So use this at your own discretion. There might be a better way. But it seems to me like that in this character's animation blueprint, that there should be a fabric node, which you can see right here. And it looks like it's set to bone space and the hand R, no change, preserve existing. So we're going to go do that. I should put that on my other screen because I'm never going to be able to remember what that fucking said. So this is going to be, oh wow, okay, so they've changed the way the node looks. No change, preserve existing component space rotation. I remember that. That is going to be bone space. And then the effector target, let me compile and save that. Yeah. You know what I ought to do is just fucking copy this node. Okay. And we will paste it in there. And we will compare the two, right? So let's paste this in here. And let's refresh nodes. Okay. So it's bone space, no change, preserve existing. So it's bone space, no change, preserve existing. And then for the tip bone, it's the left hand and the upper arm left, right? So tip bone is hand left. And what the fuck did that say? Upper arm left. So that would be upper arm left. And this effector transform, we can turn that off, right? I think. Uncheck expose this pin, and voila, there they are. Now they're exactly the same. So hopefully you guys caught that. And we need to get him into the rifle animations. So let me delete one of these. And so this would be the rifle. So this fabric node needs to come out after the aim offset. Okay, so let's just splice this in here for now. And then put that back into the rifle. And compile and save it. And let's see if we can get him into the rifle. So if we go under edit preview, we should be able to change this here to rifle. And as you can see, if you look over here in this left window, do you see this? So if you select the fabric node, it's supposed to give you, I thought, there it is. It's all the way down here on the ground. So if you move that little widget, see how it moves his hand when you do that? So the idea here would be to fucking line this up using this little widget over here. I don't know. Is this actually going to work for this? All right, let's compile that and save it. And now let's go see if that actually even helped anything. I don't know. It may not work in this way. Oh, wow. Look at his arm. Oh, yeah, that worked. That worked perfectly. What's wrong with that? Well, what in the actual fuck is that? Some more of their damn animation blueprint bullshit. I guarantee it. Fuck. Let me see. Let me go back in here and look at my reference again. Something's foobarred, and I don't know what it is. I don't know. Always something, oh, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? Oh, yeah, it's definitely after the aim offset. Oh, wait a minute. Effector transform bone hand R. I'm missing something here. Let me recopy this node again. I'm missing something. Go figure. And let's paste this in here again. Refresh. All right, right there. That is supposed to be. How come? Effector transform, effector target. Was that not set to hand R? So the tip bone and the root bone is definitely hand L. Hang on a damn minute here. Effector transform bone. And it's hand R. It doesn't have that in here. Unless they change the name of it. Yeah, I guess they changed the name of it. Effector target. So that needs to be hand R. Is that right? I don't know. Fucking put it in there and see. So that needs to be hand R. Okay. All right. Oh yeah, that looks great. Well, it seems to be working better. It still ain't no guarantee that this is a fix for it. Okay, let's go see if that helped anything. Hey, look at that. It's closer. I just need to move his hand to the left a little. Yep. We're getting there. What a pain in the ass. Why don't you come out here in the sunshine where I can see? Come on, come out here in the sunshine where I can see. Much better. Shift it. Yeah, that's still a little flaky. See there? Is it going to be perfect? I don't know. See how his arm's a little jerky right there? We may need to crank up those iterations, right? So I believe right here it says max iterations. Let's double that. See if that helps anything. Probably not, but we'll see. Well, I'm just going to say that's okay. Now remember, you can move that, right? So now that if you guys followed this and you put in this fabric node, make sure you're in the correct animation set, right? So we need to go back to rifle, and to move that hand, right? See that widget? If you select the fabric node, it gives you the ability to move that hand around, and you can move it in any of these directions. See? So that'll help you in adjusting your hand and keeping them together so that the gun stays on the hand. Now, I don't know if that's the way you're supposed to do it or not. I'm sure that there's another way. There's always another way, but that is what works for me. Now, what's really messed up is that you will have to do that for... Now, look, see? Remember me telling you guys that it would probably get weird when you're running? See that? So now, that's what I was talking about. You might have to have another socket because the weapon is not going to stay in the hand that way. I wonder if we was to take that fabric node out. Let's just see if that will do it, right? So let's bypass this fabric node for a second here, just to see if it goes into the hand correctly when you run without the fabric node. And it does not. So that has no effect on it whatsoever. So how do you solve that? Well, fuck me if I know, right? See, because if you adjust the hand position for the running, well, then it's going to be out of alignment when you're not running. Let me look at something for a second. I don't know if that can be solved, right? Like that might be the reason that you do, that might be the reason that you would do it differently, right? And like try to set up hand IK. What I want to do is, let's go back into these animations here. Under rifle, and let's look for rifle jog, and let's say jog forward, and let's switch this over to the dude, and we shall pause this. So as you can see here, obviously that is not worth a single damn. See how far off that is? So if we take that hand socket and we adjust it for this, well, then it's going to be wrong for the other one, right? So let's see. Let me just do a test here. Fuck it, I ain't getting nowhere. I ain't never going to get this gun shooting. Right, so if we were to take this and actually kind of get it right this way. And save that. Now, if we look at rifle idle, let's see how jacked up it is, right? So let's say rifle idle. We need the hip. Yep. See how messed up that is now? Fuck. And we could take that fabric node and bring that hand back over here, but look at which way the gun's pointing, right? Like it ain't even remotely close. I wonder if we put the socket on the metacarpal instead of let me think here for a second. Like maybe they put in a rotation in the animation on the metacarpal. It's possible. They might have put in a corrective animation for that. So well, I guess we're back in experimentation mode. Let's put this back to the way that it was. Oh shit, that's not what I'm trying to do. Let me hit Control Z and Control Z and Control Z. Fucking hell, fire and brimstone. Okay. So let's go back in here. Hook his shit back up. And instead of putting the socket on the hand, let's try putting it on that index metacarpal bone. Okay. So, yep. So, rifle, idle, hip, fire. Okay, let's change this over to the dude. And let's pause this animation. And let's see, this would be the right hand. So what we're looking for is that. Okay? And so let's put a socket on that instead of the hand. So right click, add socket, and we shall call this test rifle hand. And let's remove that preview mesh. How the fuck do you remove it? Well, fuck me, that didn't work. All right, fine, we'll delete the whole goddamn thing then. Test rifle hand, and we shall add a preview mesh. And I'm not going to sit here and line this up completely, but let's just see if this is actually going to do what I'm trying to do. Sometimes they put animation in some of these bones to offset their fuck ups, right? So if we were to get this kind of close, okay. I mean, that's kind of close. Now, let's open the jog. Let's see, rifle jog forward. Nope. Okay, let's hit some Control Z's here and see if we can go back. We're just going to have to figure out a different way to do that. That's all there is to it. Well, shit. I mean, holy shit, I don't want to have to sit here and flip sockets back and forth just between running and not running. How annoying would that be? It's always fucking something with this shit that Epic builds. I mean, everything looks good this way, right? Except for when you run. And that's when things go to shit. So what would have to happen here? I mean, it's probably going to have IK set up on the hands and the arms. So this little fabric node act that I put in here, that ain't going to be enough to get it done. Right? See, this is just something that I don't even remember how I figured this out. But I put this in here just enough to make it where you could move that left hand just a little bit and get the left and the right hand to stay together. That's it. But obviously, these pivots are completely out of whack whenever you go from walking. See, it'll work perfectly fine while you're walking. But the moment you go running, that's going to have to be different, right? And the only ways that I know that you could do that would be one with IK, and the other would be you would have to create a different socket and align it for running. And then when you switch from walking to running, you're going to have to change the socket that the goddamn weapon's in. And that is just not going to work, right? So IK would be the better solve for that, but I don't know how to set that up. I'd have to go watch a tutorial myself to figure out how to set up IK on the hands. Shit. That's just fucking wonderful. Okay. Let's go back to one window. And selected viewport. I mean, that looks good that way, but that ain't gonna work worth a damn when you're when you're running. I mean, look at that. That's just completely foobarred. And see, that's another thing that's going to have to be looked at too. With that orientation warping, look, he ain't even pointing the gun at the crosshair. See that? This ain't going to work worth a shit. You know what, guys? I'm just going to be perfectly honest. This ain't going to work worth a shit. The aim offset's going to have some kind of fucking offset created so that when that orientation warping kicks in to get the animations to go forward, left, and forward, right, you're going to have to rotate the damn aim offset to get the gun pointing the correct way. Fucking hell. It would have been better if they'd have just made the goddamn forward, left, forward, right, back, left, and back, right animations. Like literally. That would have been the proper way to do this. Now look how much work that creates just because they're trying to jerry-rig around not having forward, right, forward, left, back, right, and back, left. See? As soon as you kick in that orientation warping, look what happens to the gun. See? Fuck. All right, no shooting. Right? No guns in this game. I'm trying to calculate in my brain how we could compensate for that. Let's see here. So we have this orientation angle. Let's see here. See, this right here is taking the direction and it is subtracting these amounts here, and that's what's setting the orientation angles. So how the fuck would you work that in? Math. Maybe let me see here. If we use this here, and we take the root yaw offset. Oh no, we need to come out of the back. So the plus, would it be add or subtract? I don't fucking know. And we put this here. Okay. Forward, right, backward, left. It's either add or subtract, I think. This may fucking work. I don't know. I'm just pissing in the wind here. And that'll add that to the yaw based on the direction you're going. So, how about now? It's subtract. Okay. And I think that might work, right? If we subtract that amount, that might work. So this needs to be minus this just keeps getting more and more fucking complicated, don't it? I love it. I love it. It makes my brain hurt. How about now? Oh, that's too much. Shit. maybe half as much as that. So divide it by 2. Fuck. Uh, we'll just keep stacking nodes in here, right? One of them's got to make something happen. Shit. Hey, look at that. That's kind of close, maybe. Oh no, when you go backwards, it's all fucked up. Okay. So, hold on. Let's only do forward first, and let's just see what that does. So, if you're going backwards, you got to reverse it, I think. That still ain't doing it, right? See? And see, when you're doing that, it still ain't working either. So, no, that ain't the fix. Close, but no cigar. See there? When he gets in that position, it's all fucked up. Well, this whole system is garbage. Oh, that's so annoying. So much for that. Well, now what the hell am I going to do? I tell you what I ought to do. Fucking make the forward left, forward right, back left, back right, and scrap the whole goddamn orientation warping bullshit. But that still ain't going to change the fact that that's going to have to be corrected too. God damn it. See, that's going to make the gun be pointing to the right and shooting to the left. That ain't worth a shit. Well, I mean, it looked cool there for a minute, but now with all these problems, it's better to just make the goddamn animations. You guys do realize that I'm telling you the truth here, right? It'd be better just to make the animations. And I still don't know how the hell I'd deal with that, right? I mean, that's going to have something too. So I'm beginning to sit here and say to myself, these animations ain't worth a shit. They're not worth a shit. If you don't build your system the way that Lyra is set up, these animations are never going to fucking work. Right? Now, I'm sure that if you go in the damn Lyra project and you run around as that character, none of these problems that I'm having exist. Why? Because they built the system that they're using in Lyra around these subpar animations. That's what they did. Every problem they ran into, they come up with a scripting or coding way of solving it. When the proper solve would have been to fucking fix the animations from the get-go. That would have been the proper fix. I don't know where they got these animations. I don't know who made them, but they're shit. They're literally shit. Been better off just to use the fucking animation starter pack animations. But you know, you live and you learn, right? I mean, that's what this whole process is about. You build things, you test things, you know, you prototype things, and you just keep doing that and keep doing that until you get a combination that works good, and then you nail it down, and that's what you do, right? That's why all the projects that I sell on the UE4 marketplace, you guys see me going back all the time to reference those projects. Well, the reason is because it is a known working version, right? And so there's nothing wrong with trying things differently, doing things differently, experimenting and stuff like that. But you always got to have a fail-safe working variant that you can fall back on when things go to shit. And this project started with good intentions, right? I wanted to use their animation blueprint. I wanted to use their Lyra animations. I wanted to use their new mannequin. And it turned to shit the moment that you actually start trying to implement things into it. Like, okay, fine. We got unarmed animations. We got rifle animations. We got pistol animations. Okay. We didn't have forward left, forward right, back left, and back right. So what did I do? I did what they did. I used the orientation warping plug-in, and that corrected that problem. But now it created this problem, right? Now we got to figure out, okay, well, now how the fuck are we going to get this thing to aim always forward, regardless of which direction you're going? Well, you're going to have to do some kind of crazy ass math and logic in order to get that to make that gun always line up in the center, regardless of the direction that you're going. So, okay, how long does it take to make those forward, left, forward, right, back, left, and back, right animations? How long does that take versus how many hours are you going to sit in here cussing and fussing, trying to figure out the logic and the math that you need in order to keep that fucking gun pointed straight? You guys see what I'm saying? You could spend weeks sitting here trying to, okay, well, let's try this. Okay, well, let's try that. Well, let's try this. Well, let's try that. When in actuality, you probably could have made the animations in 3 hours and been done with it, right? Can you guys tell I'm frustrated? Because I am frustrated. Let me do something. I'm going to conduct another experiment here. Okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to approach this from a different methodology. Okay? And so, okay, we got all these problems. Like literally, we got all these damn problems. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go into this mannequins folder under the rifle, and we're going to create a right click animation, and we're going to create a blend space, right? And this is going to be for the SK mannequin, and we're going to call this BS underscore MM underscore rifle. Okay. And we're going to open this up, and we're going to, under horizontal, that's going to be direction. And we're going to say this goes from negative 180 to positive 180. And we'll leave that at 4 grid divisions for now. Snap to grid. And the vertical axis is going to be speed. And that will be 0 to 500, I think is what I've got this character's default movement speed set to. Let me go check. Let's see. Character blueprint in here. Character movement and max walk speed. The fuck is max walk speed? Actually it's 300, right? Because we put in jogging, right? So let's go back into the blend space and let's set that to 300. Okay. And then we need jog. Nope, that would be rifle. Walk. And we need walk forward, walk left, walk left, walk right, and walk backward, and backward, and backward. Okay, save. And now let's go into the animation blueprint in here. And let's go to the event graph. And all this stuff up here is for the direction stuff. So we're going to unhook this. That's turn in place and that's turn in place. Okay. So now we're going to go into the anim graph and we're going to go into not in the idling turns, but in the walk run. And we need to, the hell do we need to do? We're not going to be using this anymore. Let's see. Is this the MM? That's the male. Okay. So what we need to do is bring in that blend space. This is going to be such bullshit. Okay. And we need, this is going to be for the rifle. And we're not going to do sprinting for now, right? So we're just going to leave that unhooked. And we need the direction and the speed. And compile that and save it. And let's see. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's go back in here. Obviously, I've got something foobarred, and it is the directions thing, right? So this has got to go from here straight into here. Okay, let's try that. And it's still not going to do it. So what the fuck did I do here? Well, I'll tell you what, let's duplicate this. Bring this here. Obviously, I've got something fucked here. $300. Okay. Any day now. Okay, why is it not fucking updating the direction? What did I do here? It must be the direction. It is the direction. This is not hooked up. Okay, so let's do this and this and connect this back up. Okay, let's try that. There we go. So see there, the whole, just to show you guys here how fucking crazy Epic is. So when you go forward right, you see that it looks okay. See that? And then you go right. And then you go left. But if you go forward left, watch his feet. See how they're crossing over each other? When you go backwards and you go back left, it looks okay, right? And then when you go back right, as he does that crossover shit. Now, the reason he does that is because it's missing forward right, forward left, back right, and back left. So instead of creating those animations, right, they went through and created this whole orientation warping fucking plug-in and all that other bullshit that they did in order to get those to look correct. And then when they did that, it created all those problems we just saw a minute ago. Where, as you can see here, see that weapon facing forward? Now watch when I go forward right. Look, that weapon's still facing exactly forward. See that? And when I go forward left, it's still facing exactly forward. When I go back right, it's still facing exactly forward and back left. So the only thing that they would have had to have done was create, well, really you only need, so that one looks okay. So really all you need is forward left and back right. So really 2 animations is all you would have to create, and you could have that doing exactly what it needs to do. Okay? And instead of doing that, let me show you what they did. They did Lyra. Okay? That's exactly what they did. So how fucking stupid does somebody have to be in order to do all this bunch of bullshit right here, plus all this bunch of bullshit right here, plus all this bunch of bullshit right here, versus making 2 fucking animations? Who does that? Somebody who gets paid by the hour. That's who does that. That's exactly who does that. Jesus Christ. So what are we going to do now? Right? I say I'm going to scrap the whole goddamn thing and start over again. That's what I say. And I'm going to create those 2 animations for each weapon set. Good Lord, have mercy. Beats all I've ever seen. Okay, so how would you make those animations? I guess would be the question, right? So how would you make them? We don't have them, right? This project don't have them, so how would you make them? Well, oddly enough, you can make them right in the damn engine. Okay, so if we was to take and take rifle, jog, forward, right? Duplicate this. And we change the name of this to, what was it? Forward left is what we need. So put an underscore and an L here. Okay. And you open this. You pause this animation. You scrub this animation back to the beginning. And we need forward left. Okay. So what do? Well, you take the root bone and we change this over to be 5-degree increments, and we need forward left. So that means we go this way. Let's turn snaps back on. We go this way, 45 degrees. And then you hit this key button. Then you take spine 1 and you go back 45 degrees. And maybe we should pivot him up a little bit. Straighten him back up some, like so. Add a key, and then save it. And let's play this animation. Now, you can see that it screwed the animation up a bit, but that's the general gist of how you would do it. Now, why did it do that? Well, there might have to be another way to do this, right? So if we take and remove this curve that we just added, remove track. Oh, that's because it's jog, dummy. Well, fuck me. We need walk, not jog. So let's delete this one. And we need walk forward. And we dupe this one, right? Hello, wrong animation. Underscore L. And then we open this one, pause this animation, scrub it back to the beginning, take the root, rotate this 45 degrees this way, add the key, take the spine 01, rotate it back this way 45, straighten them back up some, add the key, save it, and play it, and let's see what that does. Hey, look at that. Okay. Now, if you go back into your blend space, which is up here, open this, and we change this from 4 grid divisions to 8 grid divisions, and we put in rifle, walk, forward, left, and we put that right here. I want you guys to look at what happens. Let's see. Left. Okay. Well, we got to take out the root motion, which is another fucking problem, right? See how he's not rotating? Watch this. The reason that is an issue is because these animations have root fucking motion in them. Well, let's go underscore rifle underscore walk. That animation that we just created, it's got root motion. See how it's correct here, but it's not in the blend space. That is because, look, it's got root motion. See this? And if you unlock it, that right there is exactly what it's doing. See? So we have to remove the root motion out of this. So we pause this and we scrub it to the end of the animation. Add a key on the root. Okay. And then you scrub it all the way back to the beginning. And you add a key. And let's see if that took the root motion out. We might have to go back and fix this. Let's see. Play. Nope. That didn't remove the root motion. How the fuck did I do that before? I've done this before. Took the root motion out. Okay, let's start over, right? Let's remove all these curves or tracks. Remove. Save. Okay. Now he's going that way. I might have done that wrong. Let's see here. Maybe you start at the beginning, add the key, and then you scrub it to the end and add the key. No, that ain't right. Hold on. Give me a second here. My dyslexia is kicking in. So if we go all the way to the end, which we are, add the key, and then we come all the way back and add the key. Now, does he stay in place? Nope. Okay, well then it must be the other way. Remove track. Pause the animation. So if we move him all the way here, add the key, then move him all the way back and add the key. Does that do it? I've done this before, but I don't remember how I did it. Fuck you too, then. Shit. I'm trying to remember how I did this. I've did this before, but there is a way to remove that root motion. Maybe it's this, right? Maybe you add a key here. Oh, I know what it is. Right? Oh, okay. I think I got it now. Hold on. Let me remove this one more time. So yeah, you play it to the end of the animation and then you move him back. Not by the animation, by the widget, right? So where is the... Let me just see if this works, right? And let's add a key here. Save that and play it. Yep. And then he goes all the way back there. So then you go all the way back here. And you move him back to 0. And then you add another key. And let's see if that does it. Yep. There it is. So see there is a way. But there should be a way to... Hold on. See, because he's not exactly in the center. So let's remove that track again. And let's see. Yeah, see there how the pelvis is doing this? So why is it not... There it is. Okay. So see, you can get it right here. So if we pause this here, and we move him all the way to the end of the animation, and then we set this back to 0 so that you can get it precise, add a key, and then play it through again back here. And look, it removed that again. Why did it do that? Give me back that. I still ain't quite got it. Give me a second here. Cat. Let me reopen this animation. I've got this all sorts of fucked up by now. There it is. I want it where you can manually punch in the values here. So we go all the way here. Set this back to 0. And then we go all the way back to here. Hold on. Why will it not let us put the value in here? See, it won't do it. Okay. There's more than one way to skin a cat. Fine. You want to be that way? We will be that way. So when he goes, let me reopen that. Okay. So pause this. I'll just get the value, right? So if we play this animation all the way through, that is 600. Remember that number, okay? So we're going to set this to 0. Add the key. And then we're going to play it through again. Back this way. And we're going to set that to -6, or it would be -600. Is that right? Yeah, it would be helpful if I use the right direction. Nope, it would be +600. There, and that puts him back at 0. Then you add your other key, save it, and play it. And he should stay in place, which is correct. Now, what you do is you put in your forward left. God damn, this is such bullshit. I would not fucking use these animations. I just simply wouldn't. Okay? That's just my opinion. I'm not going to use these animations because personally, I think there's too much bullshit involved in it. So we go 45, add a key, and then take the spine, and we go back this way, 45, and then pivot him this way. Add a key, save it, and play it. We should have it. Nope. Because he's still fucking rotating. God damn it. Oh my God. Well, you know, this is an experimentation stream, and I think we've covered that. We've done a whole bunch of shit and ain't accomplished nothing. Why is he fucking turning that way, though? That shouldn't be a thing. Maybe we should have, all this over some fucking shitty Lyra animations. I tell you what. I have no idea why he's rotating. I didn't put nothing in there to make him rotate. But you know, there is another way, right? There's still another way yet that this could be done. Probably. Let's see here. You could, let's see. You put back on force root lock. Play this. And record that animation. Let's try that. So if you hit this record button here, and I'm just going to put that there and hit OK, and then unpause this animation. Record a couple grips, stop it, and now let's go see what that did, right? There's always another way. Okay, so then we pause this animation and we scrub it to where his feet just start to move. So let's see if we can zoom in here. I wouldn't fucking do this. I mean, seriously, I'm fucking around with this just to kind of show you guys some of the tricks that you can do to try to accomplish stuff. But seriously, I've already decided I'm not fucking using these animations. They are not worth it. So it looks like his feet well, goddamn, now they've fucking changed this shit around. I can't even operate this stuff anymore. God damn it. So it looks like at about 2:30 is when he starts moving that foot. So if we put that there, right click on the track, and we move frame 0 through 2:30. Now let's see if we play that and it starts it there. And then we cut off the rest of them after he stops moving. This is such bullshit. So it looks like about 111 is where it stops at. Remove frame 112 through 156. Now let's see what are the chances this loops. 0. So then you have to go in there and actually get the feet timing right. So what would that mean? That would mean you would scrub this animation back to the beginning, change your perspective. Okay, so that is his left foot down. So change your perspective to right or left, it doesn't matter. Actually, we should probably go that way. See how his left foot's down? So you scrub the animation until his left foot's down again. Well, actually, that looks like that's about where it started. Nope, it goes back a little further. See? Yeah, and it cuts off too soon. So we would have to probably about right there. Right click 93 through 112. All right, let's see if that loop's better. It probably won't, but who cares at this point? I'm just dicking around. Nope. We got to get them feet in the same position, right? So, well, that's because I stopped on the wrong foot. So his left foot's down. That's the one that needs to be down. So let's go back into this perspective. That's the one that needs to be down. So let's move that a little bit further. That way. Okay, so right click 84 through 93. All right, let's try that. Oh, yeah, that's exactly the button I meant to hit. Not. Nope, still don't loop right. Fucking shit. I'm glad I'm not an animator. How am I still getting the wrong foot down? Fuck it, we'll do it this way. Surely to Christ, that's got to be closer. That's better. I'm not going to sit in here all night doing this, but that's better. Wait a minute. That's still the wrong fucking foot. Wait a minute. What in the hell is going on here? That's it. That's the left foot down. But yet, look, how the hell does that happen? All right, let's zoom in here. Something's fucking going on here. That is really weird. All right, we need to remove everything after frame 80. Remove frame 82 through 83. Look, it's still kicking his foot up. There ain't no goddamn way that that's possible. I guess it is, right? I said everything after 80. Look. What in the hell is going on here? That is some bullshit. Somehow it's doing that. Right? And that ain't correct. Like, what in the fuck is going on here? It doesn't matter where I chop this animation at. Look. It keeps doing that. Let me close this animation and reopen it. Maybe it's just a glitch. That is fucking weird. Nope, it's still doing it. That is something that I have no idea how the hell that's happening. It doesn't matter where I chop this animation at. It's still like it's putting frames somewhere. See? If I cut that animation right there, clearly you can see his left foot is on the ground. Right there. Okay, so if I zoom this in, that is utterly baffling to me. I guarantee you it's got something to do with that post-process bullshit they put on here. I wish they had that new animation system shoved right up their ass. Okay. Now, clearly, you can see that that is frame 60, and that left foot is flat on the ground. See that? Clearly. So if I right-click here and remove frame 61, or let's see. I need to remove frame 61. Let me back this up just a little. 61 forward. Nope. Let's click on this side. Nope. Back it up a little more. Nope. Nope. Come on now. Remove frame. Nope. See, it's not giving me the option to remove frame 61 through 81. I don't know why. There it is. Remove frame 61 to frame 81. Now I did that. Now let's see if it fucking did the same thing again. Look, see? So at the end of that animation, it should be the left foot flat on the ground. And clearly you can see it's fucking not. I don't understand. I don't understand, Epic. I don't get it. What the fuck have you done? Oh my God. See that? That is not possible. Wow. Like literally, wow. Oh well, whatever. That is a completely baffling experience to me. Why is it I'm the one that finds all this fucking crazy shit? I don't understand. How come it's me? Every time I start dicking around with this engine, I've been on hiatus for a long time, right? I don't hardly do anything with this engine anymore. And here I am trying to get back into it, and I'm finding weird shit that makes no sense to me. I don't get it. I don't understand, and I don't get it. Whatever. So, what do I want to say here? Besides cuss every 5 minutes. So if you use a blend space, you can get this thing to stay forward. But you're going to be missing animations. Theoretically, you could make those animations using these animations, but the problem with that is these fucking animations has got root motion in them. So you can't disable root motion, because if you do, when you put your rotation on the root bone, right? When you put your rotation on the root bone so that you can get the forward left animation, it will not read the animation because the animation you added is on the root bone. So you have to take the root motion out. And then after you get the root motion out, then you go back and you have to add your 45 on your root and your 45 on your spine 1 bone. All to correct an issue that shouldn't be an issue in the first place. I ain't ready to quit yet. Okay? I'm not ready to quit yet. I'm going to figure this out if it fucking takes me till next Tuesday. Okay? Okay, so where are we at? We're back to where we fucking left off at. MM rifle walk forward left. We're back to this fucking animation again. Okay. So we have to have root motion turned on. Okay? Or we have to turn off root lock. Can we do this? Hey, wait a minute. When I enable root motion, he quits moving. What in the fuck? That's exactly that's exactly backwards of what it's supposed to be. You're supposed to turn that off. What in the Sam's hell is going on with this fucking crazy ass engine? Okay, well, okay, so if we leave root motion turned on, let's see. Okay, let's go back to this, right? So, God damn it. I will figure this out if it takes me till next Wednesday. So we go, let's see, we need forward, left. So we go this way, 45, add a key, take spine 1, come back this way, 45, tilt him, add a key, play this fucking animation. Okay. That is so fucking strange to me. Is it just because I'm tired? There, look, see? See? So obviously that don't work, right? So then if we go back to F_L, I should be able to find it. FWD_L. There it is. Okay. So see there, clearly it ain't got no root motion in here. Okay, so then if we turn that off, that's going to make him do that shit. Maybe if we just turn on force root lock. Nope. See how he does? So you have to have that root motion turned on, but you can't, because if you turn on the root motion, which is turned off, by the way, but for some fucking reason it's still got root motion I don't get. See? It looks correct, but it ain't correct because he's doing the root motion, and we don't need him to do that. We just need him to play the animation. Well, the only way that you can do that is to remove the goddamn root motion. Well, you can't just turn it off, because then it removes the keys on the damn root, so that don't fucking work. So then we go back to where we were to begin with, which is we pivot him all the way forward, select the root, and we set this to 0. Which is completely wrong. What in the fucking hell? Well, that's because that's because it's rotated, right? God damn it. All right, fine. Go back here. I will get this. See, Galt, this is why they programmed it in instead of fucking trying to do what you're doing. You're probably right. Whatever. God damn it. Okay, so go all the way to the end. We set this to 0. Add a key. And then we come all the way back here. Set this to 600. Add a key. And does that at least remove the root motion, right? So let's play this. Okay, we got the root motion out. Now let's save this. And let's see, right? So this will be the same problem. No, it's playing forward, right? So now we put the rotation in. Okay. We bring this back here. Maybe we have to, maybe we could put it on the pelvis. What happens if we go 45 here? Add a key. And then take spine 1. 45. And then up this way. Add a key. Now what does that do? Oh, look at there. I think I just did it. Son of a bitch. Oh, look at that. Nope. His feet are still fucked up. Because of course they are, right? Because why wouldn't they be? All right. Remove track. Remove track. Now that's got him back. Okay. Now let's go 45 this way. Key. Fine. What does that do? Yep. And now that's got him doing that bullshit. Okay. Fine. We will add another fucking key, right? So let's bring him back 45. That way. Add another key. Now what? Oh yeah, that looks beautiful. I don't know why I didn't ever think of that before. That's closer. I'm so over this, it ain't even funny. Oh my God. All right, let's get the root motion back out again. Maybe we should do this. Right, so let's go back 600 here. Not 60. 600. Yep. And then let's go 45 this way. And now let's add the key. And then take spine 1. Back. Now what does that look like? Oh yeah, that took the root motion not out of it at all. Okay, fine, have it your way. So we'll go all the way up here. 0. Yep, and now it's fucking turned all that shit that way. God damn it. This just keeps getting better and better. Wonder how many times I can do this exact same way and it not fucking work before I give up. What bone is rotating? So it ain't the root bone. I guess it's the pelvis. Oh yeah, that fixed it right up. I don't understand what's making it turn. I guess I'm not meant to understand. This is why I'm not an animator. Baffling. Hmm. Oh hell. Well, for now, we are just going to go back to the way that we were. God. Mm-mm-mm. Now I've managed to lock it up, so that's awesome. There it went. Okay, so now we got to go back into the animation blueprint and fix that shit. All right, we go back to the event graph. We plug this shit right here back up. Go into the anim graph. We get rid of this. Plug this back up. Actually, we go here. Rid of this. Hook this back up. And this goes back up. If it ain't broke, fix it till it is. That's what we do here. And now we're back to the same dilemmas we had earlier. Well, actually, no, we're not even back to that. Now, now he ain't even turning. God damn it. What did I do now? Let me make sure I got everything. Oh, I see what it is. Yeah, we got to hook that back up. How about now? Yep, and now we're back to the same dilemma we had before we started that big, huge journey. Right? So when you're strafing, his fucking gun ain't going to point straight. Oh, yeah, that just looks like shit. I am anti-Lyra from here out. And then we'd still have to deal with that shit right there, too. God damn it. You can't win for losing, man. Well, I thought this would be cool as a starter project, but it don't look like it's gonna be. If we just had those forward left, forward right, back left, and back right, that would be worth a start. And then that right there would have to be dealt with, which that fabric node I put in could probably be replaced with IK, and that might fix that. But that damn aiming shit right there, that is not going to be worth a shit. I mean, seriously, if you're shooting at that angle, look how weird that would be. Especially that one. Look at that. And it is because of implementing. Let me show you what's causing that. It's this, right? It's that plug-in. It rotates the root bone, I believe, or the IK stuff. See? Yeah, that's right. You had to put in all your IK stuff. Rotation, interp speed. I mean, I don't see anything in here that would help any of that, because really all it's asking you for is the spine bones and the IK bones. That would be the smoothness of it, the interp speed. So it's rotating the IK is what it's doing. That and the spines. So that wouldn't help anything. And if you take out the orientation warping, well, then that's going to have your feet doing that same bullshit again. Right? Yeah. So let's just bypass that orientation warping for a second. I mean, that's the whole point of setting it up the way that I set it up in here, was to use that. So see, that looks fine. Actually, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. How the hell is it still using orientation warping after I fucking unhooked that? That's the wrong one. Oh, no, that's for all the different poses, right? So you would literally have to bypass that for forward, right, back. You would have to disable it for all of them. So let me just hop over to these. Now that should have them all done. Yeah. See, there's no forward right. No forward left. So that ain't worth a damn. Nope. But that's what it is, right? It's the way this orientation warping node works. I don't know how you compensate for the weapon. I don't know. Maybe I can go dig around in that Lyra project and figure out something, but I guarantee you they're doing some kind of fucking stupid math or some bullshit to get that thing to turn. I mean, you offset the IK of the lower body to get it to blend so that you have forward left, forward right, back left, and back right. And then you got to re-blend some other bullshit in order to get the aim offset to always point forward. You know what? I wonder something here. Let me think for a second. So it's only when that orientation warping is kicked in when it does it. So if you go forward, it stays forward. If you go backward, it stay. And if you go right, it stays pointed forward. And if you go left, it stays pointed forward. So it's only when that orientation warping kicks in that it fucks everything up. And I already tried using the same. I already tried for the aim offset. I already tried using some sort of an offset here. So we're using the root yaw offset for the aim offset. Wonder what happens. See, there is no there is no. Did I leave that in, AO y'all? Hang on a second. Yes, I did. I wonder what happens if we just use that instead. Now, the last time I did that, it broke the aim offset. Yeah, see, it wouldn't turn. But I wonder if, nope, see, it still fucking rotates him. So see, that don't make no damn difference. All that does is break it where when you're trying to do your turn in place, it don't work. So that's no bueno. And we sort of got it to work by doing some screwy shit, but when you go backwards and stuff, it messed up. So there is some sort of a calculation that has to be done here to compensate for the orientation warping. That's what has to happen here. And we had it kind of working in the forward direction, I thought, earlier. But then when we started going backwards, it messed everything up. I don't know. Maybe we'll try to put that back. What the hell did I do a minute ago? It was select, and it was based on the cardinal directions. And we started out, let's just do forward, get forward. And this was plus, wasn't it plus? Add, no, yeah, add this amount. That goes here. Something like that. It was divided by 2. This is totally not worth it. See if we can just get it close to right that way. Nope. It's subtract. Wasn't it subtract? I don't fucking know. Minus, it was something like this. Math is hard. Always has been, always will be. I bet you guys have already got this fixed. Working like a charm. Yep, see there? But see, it's still not good because it jerks. See? And it don't work that way. Shit. My ass. Oh, you'd do better off just to plug in numbers manually. Hmm. Oh well, I'm tired of fucking with it, guys. It ain't gonna work. Such a shame. Look at that shit, just flipping back and forth. See, that ain't worth a damn. You know, I wonder. There is one more thing that I wonder. I wonder what happens if you literally just don't use the 2D aim offset. So, in other words, we unhook the yaw here from this and just let it stay at 0. Now, that's going to break the turn in place, but I wonder if that's still, no, see, don't make no goddamn difference whatsoever. Hmm. Wait a minute. I'm not done yet. Let's try one more thing. Hmm. It just ain't gonna happen. See, the only time you would need the offset would be if you're moving forward right, forward left, back right, or back left. That's the only time you would need it. When you're going forward, backward, left, or right, you wouldn't need anything but the base. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'll just think on it, see what I can come up with. But that right there is really annoying. If you're going that way or that way, that's fine. But you do that, it needs an offset. It needs to come back about 45 degrees. But only when you're going that way. When you're going that way, it needs about 90. Well, see there, that would twist his torso. He needs to see, that's the thing, right? See how when I move the mouse just a little, see how I can get him to change directions? See that? If he stayed that way or that way, it would be easier to correct that. But just by moving the mouse a little bit left and right, see how I can get him to flip back and forth? He needs to pick, right? He either needs to do his forward left that way or that way, but not flip flop back and forth between the two. See there? So that's fucked too. Oh, that's such bullshit. I don't get it, guys. And see, you could use the Paragon animations, and at least they don't have that root motion shit in them, right? I don't believe they do. Let me go look at that real quick. I'm pretty sure that they don't. So I guess what I'm saying is you could replace the Lyra animations except for the unarmed, right? Because the Paragon animations, as far as I'm aware, I don't remember any of them characters having unarmed animations. However, there are some. Damn, did I delete that project? Let me open one of these. Did I already delete that? I believe I did. The Paragon animation one. Yeah, I did. God damn it. Well, anyway, what I'm saying is I don't think those Paragon animations have root motion. And if they don't, well, there There are, what are there? So you've got Twin Blast, right? Which is dual wielded pistols. You've got this Wraith character, which is very similar to the Lyra, right? He's got a rifle animations. You have Lieutenant Bellica, which is an SMG. She carries an SMG. You have Murdoch, which carries a heavy hip-fired type weapon. And I think I believe this Revenant guy carries like a one handheld shotgun or something. And then there's one more. I believe this Drongo guy carries something like a rocket launcher or something. So if they don't have root motion, then what you could do, now granted, these don't have forward, left, forward, right, back, left, and back, right. These Paragon characters do not have those animations either. So if you tried to use the orientation warping, you would run into the same thing that we're running into now. However, to make those animations, forward, left, forward, right, back, left, and back, right, it would be far easier to make those if you don't have that root motion to deal with in the first place. Because then you do exactly what I showed. You take the root bone, you rotate it 45 one way, bring his pelvis back and straighten him up a bit. Then you go the opposite direction to make the other direction, and then you take the backward animation and do the same process. Then you can use blend spaces and not use that orientation warping shit at all. Not even use it at all. So that might be something worth trying. I don't know. But I'm definitely not trying it today. But I think that would be the better route, because I don't know anybody that can go into this goddamn Lyra project and just rip out the character in the animation system. I don't know anybody that can do that. I can't do it. I went in there and looked at that shit. I couldn't tell you how many times. I've spent endless hours in here trying to figure out how can I just take the mannequin and the animation system. How can I just take that out of Lyra and fuck the rest of it? I can't figure out how to do it. I don't know if it can be done. I think it's all tied together and it's impossible. And I've been looking in here, trying my damnedest to figure out a way to get it out. And I can't, right? So maybe somebody can, but I can't. They've got this stuff so convoluted and shit. I can't tell Come Here from Sikkim out of it. Right? I mean, you got this base animation blueprint. Let's just look through some of this. You got this base animation blueprint. You go in here and it says this is chapter 5. Go see chapter 2. You go try to find it. It's just a big clusterfuck. I can't find shit in here. Really? Yeah. Oh, sure. Just go in here and do this and do that. Mm-hmm. Okay, whatever. That shit. Okay. Yeah, there ain't no way. And see, another thing is, too, like if you just try to migrate out the animation blueprint, this animation blueprint, look at the parent class. It is a custom C++ anim instance, right? It's a custom one. So when you try to migrate this out, it automatically already tries to bring the whole entire fucking project, right? So, and then what's even crazier than that is they're doing this shit on runtime, right? Like, let me show you what I'm talking about. Like if you try to just find, look, the hero default, right? So there's only 2 character blueprints in here. I've looked through this whole project. There's only 2. Well, if you open this and you look in the viewport, it ain't even got any kind of a mesh or anything in it, right? And if you select the mesh, it says use animation blueprint. Which blueprint? Well, fucking none, right? So I have no idea how they did this. They're loading the mesh and the animation blueprint at runtime somewhere. It's literally being loaded. And I'd say it's in C++ because of course it is. What is the character default? Parent class character default. Right here. And now, here's the thing. If you look at the parent class of this, it's a custom C++ class called Lyra character. So in other words, it's not just a character blueprint. It's a custom character blueprint. Once again, you look in the viewport, there's nothing in here. Right? So they're loading all this shit during runtime. Every bit of it. It's of 0.0 use to 90% of their user base. What they should have done was created just the animation system and put that in their default third-person template. That's what they should have done. Just that. Just a character, even if it was only just unarmed, right? Just a character that had all the logic that this animation system uses, not in C++, but done in Blueprint. And that should have been their third-person starter template. And you know, honestly, I'm not even impressed with the animation system in this thing anyway. Let's see here. Let's see if we can get in one. With no bots, right? That would be helpful. All right, let's go in here and part around for a minute. Look, preparing skeletal meshes. See, they're loading all that shit in runtime. See there, I've done almost exactly the same turn in place. And they've got the character set up to run by default. Wonder if it has that same issue with it flipping back and forth. Let's see. Well, no, of course not, because it's in run. How do you make... There you go. That's crouch. How do you make the character walk? And see, that's another thing I don't like either. How the character's got the gun pointing down, and then when you squeeze the trigger, it has to snap up to aim. I don't like that shit either. And I also don't like the fact that you can shoot around corners. Here's what I mean. See how the gun is clearly pointed at the wall? Watch the crosshair. You can shoot through the wall, in other words. That's some amateur bullshit right there. Look at that. Look at that cheat right there. Do you guys see how shoddy that shit is? Look. Can't shoot you, but you can shoot them. See? What a bunch of bullshit. Shooting right through the wall. Look at that. Oh, well. Oh well, I could sit in here and bullshit all night, but I believe I'm done, fellas. I don't know. Maybe I'll figure something out. I'll let you guys know, but whatever. It's just something I was dicking around with anyway. All right. So with that, you guys take care of this John Galt, and we will see you in another video in another time. Have a good one, fellows.